Hello there, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. I see that the Nope is already with us. Welcome, welcome. We're going to be continuing with our game dev project. Well, I am newtmechanist, and today we are going to be continuing with our game dev project. Before we get into that too much, let's check in with the kitties. We do have Ember here on the side on the heating pad. Not in her spot, but, you know, wherever she want to be. Just normally she's across from the keyboard. Mason is on the bed. Sammy's on the shelf. Sky is on my lap demanding all of the attention, and Molly is on my footrest, not sure where Sherbet is. Could be in any number of spots. Procreate isn't cooperating. What you working on? Nope. The moment what I'm working on is drop shadows. I do have a head start on this. I've been working on it today. I got the file system updated, so this is running in C# super smooth. Okay, so we have the rectangle, but it's itty bitty. The circles are the right size. Is this a weird order of operations thing? Shouldn't be. That should be the same. Yeah, okay. Yeah. That's, I'm not crazy there. It's half the width. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to recreate a capsule. The sort of kind of a rectangle with rounded edges, sort of like a circle on each end. Because that's what the hitbox is going to be. I can easily make an ellipse shadow by just drawing a circle and smooshing it on the top and bottom. But that's not actually the size of the hitbox, and it becomes more and more apparent the bigger the object is that that's not the hitbox. I may just resort to drawing a circle here because this is more complicated than I want. So why, Mr. Rectangle? Position and then width and height. Again, there's no expectation, folks, that you know code, you know the kind of code I'm using, or anything like that. This is a watch and listen and learn experience. Get to learn about Godot and C# and the madness that is programming. I got a new desktop that lines up with that. 1 second. There. Whoop. Actually, let me get these posted real quick. I always forget to do this. Let people know that I'm streaming. But there you go. That's my new desktop. I found this image today. There we go. Get that taskbar out of the way. Looks like you're trying to maintain your sanity. Would you like some help descending into madness? Good times. Good old Clippy. Already an anachronism, but the scars run deep. Okay. Let's open up Paint here a moment. Flashbang imminent. There we go. Oop. Clippy is a thing that was in the early Office products, Microsoft Office stuff. And what Clippy would be is it's like a really larval form of AI assistant kind of thing. And what would happen is if you started doing something, a little pop-up might happen down at the bottom of the screen with a little paper clip with eyes, and it would include text for things like, it looks like you're trying to start a document, or write an equation in Excel, would you like help? It was usually not accurate as far as what you were doing, and the help it would provide would be simplistic at best and frequently not helpful. Hey there, sharpshooter. So Clippy is generally when Clippy is brought up, it's usually a unhelpful program, We have shades of that nowadays. Okay, so I have the idea of a rectangle width. Odd. Oh, okay. I don't know if you can still find actual Clippy anywhere. I don't think it's anywhere in Windows products, because especially now that they're pushing Copilot ever so hard. Okay, so if we have the width, then what we'll have is we have like a rectangle here. Kind of. This isn't fully accurate. We need a selection. We need to take this, copy, paste, to flip it horizontal. There we go. That, put you right there. This is wrong anyhow. All right. So we have a rectangle that's about half the length. I am trying to calculate the all of the positioning for this. So the rectangle is about half the length. Then the circle radius should be about half of that. Just rough sketch here. Okay. So then, if I take one of these, I should get the correct result. That, paste, and then we're going to rotate 90 degrees. Okay, well, that's part of our problem. I can already see part of our problem. Okay, because it's not... doesn't seem correct to the equation here. Now, that's about right. This looks about right. Oh, okay. This is half the width. This is a fourth of the width. And this is a fourth of the width. That should still be right. The circle's going to be huge comparatively, though. Yeah, we're making shadows, Tess. I'm trying to get the... also welcome, Tess. I'm trying to get the math right. I'm trying to make a capsule in the same way that the hitbox is. I may just bail on that and make it a squished circle. With the capsule approximating the dimensions, since you can't do a collision ellipse. Supposedly adding a weird scaling factor to a 2D shape makes the math wrong. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to draw a rectangle and then draw a circle at each end of it. But the rectangle is completely off. We should have the position, which we're offsetting. We aren't messing with the scale. Our width and our height, and our width is the width of the rectangle is half the overall width times visual scale. Everything is times visual scale. Then the radii of the two circles is a quarter of the width, So the two of them account for the remainder. Then the height. Okay, that's part of our problem here. Is the height. This makes it much more of a square, but this should still be okay. Okay, let's check this. Still doesn't seem right at all. Let's get the circles rendering. Yeah, see, we're getting this kind of dumbbell shape here. So what am I doing wrong here? Because it's not equal to the circle radius. Okay. Okay. Right here. Hey there, Colin. Okay, so the radius is the height is half of the width. Half of the total width? We'll check on this in a minute. Okay. Then the radius is not the entirety of the remainder. That's part of our problem here. The radius is half of the height, which also makes the width not quite right here. Okay. Let's at least get this in here first. So if it's puzzling through it. We're gonna get there. Okay. We're gonna start with it like this. And this is half of the entire width of the rectangle. Okay. Then the circle radius is half of the height. Then we do width minus equals 2 times circle radius. So if the collision zone were a rectangle, it would be the whole width, and then the height is half of that rectangle. But we're rounding off the corners, which means the radius of that corner, because we can't do an ellipse, the rate right now, again, we might resort to ellipse, Anyhow. So now we need to round off the corners. So the radius of the circle is half of the height. So we're reducing the width by 2 of those circles. Now we get the offsets in place. So the rectangle offset centers it. And then the circle offset is half of the width. We're putting the center of the circle left and right there. The rectangle is offset because, for reasons, a rectangle is anchored at the upper left corner whenever we are positioning it. So that XY is the upper left corner of it. When it's a circle, you position it at the center. So when we're drawing a rectangle, you have to offset its position. Again, we're running through C#. We get a much faster load up, and so far no errors from the file load. I changed that. I can show that in a moment. There we go. Look at that. Look at that. It's not perfect. It wibbles a little bit. I think we might just do an ellipse. Let me show you the ellipse. Give me a minute. This is the whole width of the shadow is how we're describing it. The whole width of the shadow is kind of useful in that we are drawing a line across the bottom of the sprite to define this. All right, we're going to put scale back in there. What we're saying is that the height is now scaled to half the width of whatever the shape is. We're smushing the node. It's the same thing, but with an ellipse. Kinda just want to do this. They won't be solid black. We're doing that for testing. They're going to likely be the same very dark purple that I am using currently for the outline. Outline of the sprites. I do intend to make that a shader. There's going to be probably kind of a super shader attached to the sprites to get their outline baked in. Additionally, to get some other visual effects potentially. We'll see. But yeah. I don't know. What are your thoughts, folks? Do we want the slightly wobbly pseudo capsule, or should we just go with the cleaner solution? Yes, they will scale to the size of the object is. I just need to set the shadow that I want to use in the entity. Right now it's hard-coded to 20. If I set it to 0, it's not that the shadow will not be sized at all, it's that it won't exist. Yeah, I feel like that's accurate, Tess. I feel like that's what we're going for. That's what we should go for here. We're definitely in kind of good enough territory. It makes the draw code very clean. So what we're doing to accomplish this is we're doing raw draw calls. So we're adding we're adding an extra node. So instead of like adding a sprite, we're just taking a node 2D. The important part is that node 2D is a canvas item. All node 2Ds are. So we can call draw circle on it. So we're attaching to the draw event of that node, and during it, we say draw circle. Shadow position is always 0, 0. There's no height offset for a shadow. Then we are taking its radius and saying that it is half the width. And we're making it this currently just black, solid black. Again, I want to define the outline color somewhere. Let's make a static somewhere in the system. I could put it as part of the resources, but I do want to continue to try to make it so that we aren't overly reliant on some of these outside objects. I'm okay with some global constants sticking around, some like static classes that we'll just rely on. But I want to make sure that those are fully constants if I'm doing it. Anyhow. So we're drawing a circle. It's half the width of the kind of the shadow is the radius. We make it black there. The thing that's going to turn this into an ellipse is up here when we're defining that node that we're drawing into. When we set its scale to 1 and 0.5, what we're saying is that the height of the node is compressed, whereas the width stays as it is. So like any coordinate space that happens to be in this node is treated as if it were half what it actually is. Then we do modulation here. The reason that we do modulation here is that I can do things like this. Modulation would be like applying a color lens over it, with the added thing that we can make it more or less transparent. Well, we can make it more transparent. Oh, I messed that up. Modulate was working, but I don't actually need the modulate here. Yeah, I was using the modulate for the other part. We can just do that here. It wants floats. If you just do a decimal number, it assumes it's a double. Okay, what did I break? Oh. One moment. Okay. So when I change this to 0, it means, like I said it would, it doesn't render a shadow. I have to go back in and place a shadow. Which is in the entity definition, and we're going to want to look at the sprites as well. So the yarn ball we know. I may end up moving this information into the visual, but I kind of like the idea of just defining it as part of the entity. Do insert column before. It's key value. Need that around right now, but okay, the shadow's width for the yarn ball should have a radius of 4, if I recall. Let's check. Bullet, yarn ball. Yes. Has a radius of 4, so a width of 8. It's the width of the whole thing. So there's our bullet. Let's go into enemy. And we go into enemy here. Hey, Michael. Welcome. Full width of the sprite is 12. Bullet, enemy. Before, copy that. Do shadow width. And the blob shadow is 12 across. Then, and we'll have to check the colliders with them. So this shouldn't be capsule 16. This will be capsule 12. When the blob is in midair, it's a little narrower than this. When the blob is squishing down, it's a little wider than that. But 12 is still pretty good. So we'll need to change that collider, so we'll come back to it. Textures, player 32. Eyes are not working today. Ah. Well, welcome back, Michael. We're still trying to operate. Let's see. Nanite's about 14. Okay. So now we need our player templates. We're still working heavily on our game project. I don't know if, and we've been working on the project a while. I don't know if you've seen this. Or before. Okay. We'll visit the colliders in a moment. Just thinking for a moment, but we'll get there. There we go. Start there. Once again, let's flood the field with them. Yeah. We can see that the shadows are a little transparent now. We have full control over what color they'd be, that kind of thing. But one thing you can see is when the, anytime you see the much darker shadows, that is when the bullets are overlapping each other because of the way they spread out. Which is again why doing something like this is more like what we would see in the game world, is after a second they split again, so you're unlikely to have overlap in that nature. Burst of 3 doesn't run into that problem unless it is stacked up as well. Burst of 3, I'm tempted to have it be like a post gate, that nothing can happen after until it's done. So you would have its natural movement, and then when it starts to emit, it says 1, 2, 3, but nothing goes after it until it's done with that. So it wouldn't start any extra movement until it's done with its burst fire. We can get a similar effect if we say do this. Where their movement becomes very erratic. Yeah, let's do that. It's a little easier to see. Can't drag into that one. So they come out in a straight line. But then after 1 second, they start whirling around strangely. Okay. All right, now let's get our colliders set up. so that they line up properly with what we've added for our shadows. So let's get our collider file out. Okay, so we're just going to roll with the logic that we're using for this fully. So if the width is 14, so height is relevant to capsules. Capsules normally are vertically aligned. That's what the rotation 90 is for here. I've got this kind of thing set up because there's nothing that says a get that out of there. There's nothing that says I wouldn't add something that has a vertical capsule later. It's that the base logic currently doesn't have that. Could I revisit it? Yes. Is that likely to happen? Good chance. Okay, so the height matches the width, sadly, in our file here. So for the yarn ball, we have an 8. So when it's 8 across, the height, the how tall it is 4, which means our radius is 2. This saves us some pain because it'll do that extra calculation. So we're saying the radius is 2. That makes the technically the narrow side, the narrower part, 4, and the whole thing is 8 long. So the interior outside of the curved area is 4. Okay, so then the player is 14 there. Oh, that's ugly. Which means the shadow, so the height of the rectangle is 7, which makes the radius 3.5. But I believe our colliders don't currently take that as a float. This should be an integer value. It's okay if we were to round this, but we need to be cautious of how we do that and how frequently we do that. Hey, Drew, welcome. All right, there's our collider. Okay, no, they're floats. Good. I don't have to change that. Okay, that makes the radius 3.5. And I believe the slime was 12. So if that's 12, it's 6 tall, which makes the radius 3. And we take collider capsule 12, and we're going to put it in the enemy here. Eight, and that's going to go into our bullet. Still the player. Circles are fine. Circle is for, like, explosions. All right, let's check those collision shapes here. Just turn off the collision shapes and verify that we're still seeing the shadows. Okay, let's emphasize the shadows so that it's still really apparent for now. Shadow. Should have a very dark black under the blue. Yep. The capsules nicely encompass it when we do this. Nice. Nice. Okay, couple of things we can show that were happening that I didn't describe. So in visuals now, we've got this concept, the Z index. And by default, we set it to, the default value, which is 1. What that means is, regardless of the Y order, a thing that is at a higher Z index will render on top. What that means is that a shadow never renders on top of something that is it never renders on top of the actual visual. Would it make sense that a shadow could fall over something if, like, the ball is passing over them? Yes, but that's complicated. Because the sprite isn't like a 3D object where there is light casting down on them. We are simulating a third dimension. As far as the rendering technique. So shadows are below all of the other visuals. Okay, now another thing that I worked on this morning is in the file reader, which has been substantially simplified now. Okay, so we still go through and we read the file as we have before. I'm sorry, we find all of the files. So, we get the file and we're returning its contents. So this is a JSON string parsed out of every line. So that content that we're getting back is a dictionary of file name to or object name into JSON string. Let's find our. Oh yeah, good. We don't do this one anymore. Let's get you out of there. So we used to create this, and it would spin in place, constantly trying to deserialize every individual line item. That was leading to problems. Read files. Okay, finally. There's a lot going on. All right. We aren't doing anything with success, but this is preparation for me doing something to say, one is we have the structure in place to start filling that progress bar now. We know how many files we have to load. We could decrement it as we go. But anyhow, so we get all the files. We are now going to extract the contents of each file as key JSON value pairs. So each file will have its own we are prepping this, but we should move this down here. Do I really need to do it that way? Let's do it that way. Okay. Okay, so we get all the files and we load them into a string array. These are file paths. Then we take those file paths and we get the contents of each one. So this is a dictionary of dictionaries. Each file contains key JSON value pairs. And so we have a file name and a dictionary of the entity, the things, the catalogables it contained. Then we smoosh them all together. There should not be overrides within a given path. Right now, we only read one path, but later when we have a mod flow, it's okay that there would be overlaps. For now, though, we don't care. And then we load them in. When we're loading them in, previously that was the create a bunch of individual tasks for every line item. Yeah, Mira. One, thank you. I appreciate it. I like how it turned out. As is classic. The button I use to do this is called Show Off, by the way. And yes, we're writing code. We're writing a game. Right now I'm describing something I did this morning off stream. One, to emphasize, I'm not slacking off. But also to demonstrate what is working better. So, The our files. Where did I put that now? Oh man. I think it's load catalogables. There we go. Okay, so we're passing it in the merged collection. So these are all of the catalogable objects and their corresponding JSON. So you gave us something and there's more than one thing in it. So we're going to wait for this part to complete if there was anything in it. We say we will loop no more than the number of things that number of times equal to the number of things. This is overkill. If it takes us this long, something has already gone wrong. But this is a kill condition. You know, don't wait for any longer than this. What we can do is then tie this to the success value and say the default files failed to load. Your mod failed to load, kind of thing. Anyhow, so then we're going in and saying, okay, for each key that currently exists as of this moment that exists in the collection of things to load, we are going to do a full pass of that key. If we are able to deserialize it, that means all of its dependencies are accounted for and it's properly formed. Then we're going to get a catalogable out of the deserialization. We can set its name to the key that we had from the collection there. We stuff it into the catalog, and then we pull that key out of the dictionary. Once we have done that for the whole set, we increment the loop, and we check and say, okay, if there's still more things to parse after having pulled all the ones that got done out, and we are not out of loops, we will keep doing this. So ideally what is going to happen is every pass, more and more of the list gets culled out. We don't have a whole bunch of processes racing each other for another attempt to load. And that also avoids some of the things. We were frequently getting errors trying to open texture files. So I think that was some of that partial fail going on there. But anyway, once we get done, if we have completed everything, if there's nothing left to load, that means we successfully loaded that whole folder and all of its children. So hooray, we're done. That is working so much better. Okay, while I'm still thinking about it, let's go get the outline color. Do 20 red, 40 blue. Don't need to modulate if we have a... this code is for the drop shadows that exist under the sprite. This here is showing the idle animation as the first part, and this is the walking animation, the second one. The next two rows exist because when I originally made the original version of this sprite sheet for my Noida mod, there were other animations. I think I still have it. Yeah. This is the 16 by 16 version, which had two more animations, jumping and firing. The drop shadow is a fixed ellipse based on the data files for the entity. So if we look at the player's shadow width is 14. So we create a 14 wide shadow under the player. The sprite is independent of that. Demonstration. So that code there is for rendering the shadow. Okay, we see how they've got little dark circles under them are the shadow that we're talking about. So then, should have left it open. Since you're new to it, I can show you the gimmick here. And our cat has gone missing. Well, one of the cats. Let's get the camera on a cat. There we go. There's Ember. See her tail twitching a little bit. Let's see where all of them are. Or let's see how many we can spot. I have a stone slab that I set out. A couple of them were laying on it when I introduced it, but I don't know if they're already bored of it or not. We can see 3 of them right now. There is a 4th that I know is present because it is she is on my footrest. The Mason and Sherbet, the 2 brothers, are not present. Are not visible. So all 3 of the girls are accounted for, 2 visible. And then Old Man Sky up there in the tree. He's not terribly old, but he is the oldest of them. But core gimmick, so right now we have the yarn ball and the explosion. So you can see the yarn ball there. The yarn ball intrinsically consumes the explosion right now. So when the yarn ball bounces, there's an explosion that gets set off. So it arcs up, comes down, explodes. We can change how the yarn ball behaves. That's kind of his preferred spot. Sammy is occasionally up there, less frequently. Molly goes up there because Molly goes everywhere. She does not care about the turf of individuals right now. But that's primarily a Sky and Sammy spot. And I realized I was talking about the game and didn't show. So, let's see. Once again, yarn ball arcs out, explosions on impact. Okay. So then we can escape out and start again so that we're not already flooded with slimes and have it end early. It's intrinsic to the yarn ball currently that it uses the next weapon. We can make it so that the yarn ball uses the next weapon. Oh, I haven't thought of what this would do. Okay, no, it does the right thing. Good, 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 good. But what we're seeing there is once a second, it says, use the explosion. And the yarn ball intrinsically says, if I have been in the air and I hit the ground, trigger an explosion. So every yarn ball is currently emitting an explosion on the ground once a second. And when it hits the ground, it sets off an explosion. We can change other behaviors of the yarn ball. Let's start with this. This will make them do an S curve as they bounce. So they kind of wobble around now. Okay. Then if we say we do this, it will split into 3 when it launches. If we do this one, it does 1, 2, 3 when it fires. And we can do combinations of that. So it goes 1, 2, 3, splits into 3, moves in an S curve, and sets off explosions while it moves. So things can get hectic. We can make them gratuitous as well. I still just find it fun to do this now and again. You know, it's a nice stress test on the system. So they go out as a group of 3. 1 second later, they split. I'm sorry, it goes out in a group of 9. 1 second later, each of those splits into 9 and starts to wiggle around. Having done that, we're sitting at about, let's say 600 things on the screen right now. Sorry, there are 600, as of the screen updating, there are about 600 things in existence. There will be more than that on average over time because every one of those explosions is also a thing. Additionally, every one of those shadows is something to render. So, except for the explosions, every one of the things on screen actually has 2 visual things. But if I stop and go to the menu, our frames per second is going to climb up noticeably. There's still a lot going on, so we're still at about 200 instead of, over 1,000. But 200 is well past the 60 marker that we're using for good. Since it's a 2D sprite game, 30 is plenty most of the time. But if we slow it down, let's put that over there. So split it, fire 3 at a time. Each of those splits into 3. And then after 3 seconds, it's 1 or 3 seconds. Can't remember what I put that on. That's the wait for X seconds is kind of a nonsense thing. You wouldn't have an actual power up that was wait for 3 seconds. So I'm just using one of the sprites for one of the weapons that I haven't got fully put into it yet. And after that 3 seconds, it splits again. So if we watch, once this wave of explosions starts to pass, and this number starts dropping down, our frames per second will start. Right now, I don't have the concept of how a weapon accounts for how long it delays between shots. That's a whole other consideration that I want to put in. Because I kind of want to have a big inspiration for this is Noida. A lot of the visuals that you're seeing come from a mod I made for the game Noida. And we played that game to death, primarily because we had a fun mod for it. But a big aspect of that game was creating weapons by finding things that had a number of sockets and putting different spells and effects in those sockets. And for us, the goal was to create the most gratuitous explosion possible, and ideally survive it. So I want some of the spirit of that, and one of the things about that game was the more that you stuff into it, ultimately the less often it could be fired. So you want to hit that is that if the weapon is massively powerful, that's okay. You know, I'm allowed to have that. Like, it is okay that this would exist, but it wouldn't be firing continuously the way it is. Like the 1, 2, 3, and then each of those 3 splits into 27 is grossly powerful. So we wouldn't be doing 1, 2, 3 split into 27 every second like it is now. There would probably be a much greater delay in firing these, or you would have something like this before each of those. So there would be a longer time before they blossom into a bunch of them. Is this still powerful? Yes, but the lifespan of the projectiles is used up as it goes. That is, this yarn ball only lives for so long. It will live until it hits a slime ball, bounces off, and then hits another one. Or it will live about like 10 or 12 seconds. I don't recall what I set it to. When either of those is done, the yarn ball goes away. So waiting for 3 seconds means whatever is over here has less time to operate. What you can see is, even though I am creating ultimately what will be 81 projectiles by the end of life every second, just putting this wait 3 seconds is keeping us at a reasonable frames per second comparatively. Is it great? No. I mean, let's say 10 to 20 frames per second, but that's with over 600 objects active at the same time, all doing their own thing. So there's a lot of optimization that has gone into how this operates, with the goal being that if it's optimized incredibly for kind of the low end of things, then when there's little going on, then when there's a lot going on, there can be a whole lot going on. Let's make it weirder. Doing what I did makes it useless. And that's another thing is, you can have a bad combination. It's not that any given power-up is bad. We want every power-up to be good in its own way. But that doesn't mean that every combination of power-ups is a good idea. So, again, for example, the yarn ball arcs up and comes down. So it only does damage when it hits the ground. How often it hits the ground kind of thing is a balancing consideration that will happen later. But doing anything that makes the yarn ball move very fast means there's a really good chance that it could get off the screen before it touches the ground. So here, this is a moves very fast. Actually, no, it's this one. So there it goes. It moves so far, it's very unlikely to hit something. Even if we put a whole bunch of them out at once, but we put that spiral out there, some of them can strike because the movement that they start with, the move towards a given target, causes it to move counter to the way it's spiraling. So it creates a kind of drag. But because it's moving so fast, it gets a great deal off the screen, and the blobs are able to get close enough underneath that giant arc. But if instead we do something like the kind of zigzag pattern, we can see with this one, the zigzag actually slows down linear motion. So in the path that it's going, they want to go, they're set up to go straight at a particular enemy at the time that they are created. So wherever that enemy was, it starts moving in that direction. The zigzag takes that direction that it's moving and kind of rotates its path of movement 45 degrees back and forth. Creates kind of a Z pattern. But what that means is that instead of going, say, 90 units straight forward, it's going to go 90 units a little to the left, 90 units a little to the right, so your actual straight line movement has slowed down noticeably. So if I put that kind of thing in here, and then I do the lots and lots of coverage, we can see that the space, the amount of space covered by ball hits the ground explosions is way larger. I'm sorry, way denser. So the blobs are getting wiped out, trying to get anywhere near. And that's kind of that's the math that you would be doing in this system, is figuring out how can I accomplish this kind of thing? How can I get to the point where it is this good? The goal being that it is distinctly possible that you reach a point where you have this kind of scenario. You are effectively untouchable because you are destroying everything that gets into line of sight and potentially things off the screen. But it's that you have to look at what you are granted, what you have the option of taking, and work within that. You know, you make the best of what you get. Since it's a roguelike pattern, there will be times when you don't get anything you can really work with. I want to absolutely minimize the number of times that happens, while making it possible that you get overwhelming power, but that it is more likely that you will have had the opportunity to become powerful, not necessarily invincible. It should be unlikely that you don't get the opportunity to pick something that you could have turned into something good. In that same vein, though, you will always have the opportunity to put things together in a less than effective way. This makes it that much weirder. This will make the projectiles have a lot more trouble getting away from the player. If we look at this movement pattern just like that, and the order does matter. Not so much with these, but it has an impact. So I can do things like it rotates out. So again, we know that one makes it go really far in its current form, which isn't going to be what gets released. And we have rotate in, which will make it do like little corkscrews while it moves. If I do in and then out, you know, it is out and then zoom, out and then zoom. If I do out then in, we're still going to get fast, but you can see a slight difference in the motion. Rotate and then, sorry, sine wave and then in. Okay. And then in and then wave. So we get really different patterns, and I have done I have suffered through more complicated math than would be otherwise necessary in order to make it so that these movements can blend. Okay, yeah, but drop shadows. We got the drop shadows in already. I got the file loading in. I'll have to update my task board. Make sure I'm not losing track of these things. Now, let's get that magic variable out of there. Ew. still working. Oh, that's the wrong color, but you know, hey. Nice little magenta leaning thing going on there. Okay, let's just for testing purposes. Oh no, that's very wrong. Oh. Yeah, 0 to 1. That's why. Now, does this still look black? Yes, but it's not. That is relevant if it were to be standing on black or another very dark color. There is a differentiation. Same way the outline of these sprites is not black, and that will allow me to change it further if I want to. And we could do 40 and then 80. Further. We're still going to get very similar colors out of this, but times 10. So it was 20 and then 40. So times 4. So again, messing with these to see if I can illustrate my point. Okay. It's too far. But, oh, that's why. that's super blue. Again, we can see these still look very, very dark. It's weird that we're not. Just for reference here. That is one I'm just not taking the time to remove. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is something we can change. And it's something that I can have just some global constants for. A static kind of color palette thing. Which I will be revisiting. Right now, the sprites have a lot of fixed colors in them. can see that if we go right here, and if my eyes were working properly today, I would be able to more easily see that without everything going wonky. But this is black. That is full black here. So full 0. This is this really dark purple that I'm using. So the more different I make these two, the more emphatic it becomes that this is standing on something different. But primarily it's for this reason. The sprite can now use black without it blending into shadows and outlines. It's subtle, but it does make a difference. It's one of those little visual nuance things, you know? Okay. What next? We have the bouncing yarn balls. We need to implement... We got the file loading fixed. We need to implement something else. We still need to address hit scan type of things. One of the collision types could be a shape cast. So there's two types of collision that we also want to account for. One of them is a beam, like a straight line. So kind of your classic bullet effect in some games, where there isn't actually a thing that is firing out. What we're doing is we're just drawing a line and saying the first object that this touches is the thing that gets hit. Additionally, we could have something that says like, okay, this is a sphere. I'm going to send it in a straight line, and everything that... Well, it's that kind of concept, is either I'm drawing a line or I'm taking a shape and saying, as of this moment, what got hit? Make that happen. Thinking on it, the explosions might be able to use that. Is that the collision isn't an area, it is just, hey, as soon as I exist, do a shape cast of the appropriate size, and then we're done forever. Let us look at that. What else do we need to accomplish as well? So we have straight line kind of weaponry. Part of the advantage there is that it still gives, if we're doing the kind of ray casts and similar, it still gives us flexibility as far as how we're detecting everything. It's that we don't care. We ultimately don't care what kind of movement we're doing. We care about how the object collides and what its collision type is in a vague sense, and how it's moving. Those are all defined as reusable bits. There's nothing to say that I can't slap something onto the object that causes it to have additional collision logic. Nothing to say that a beam has to be rendered in a particular fashion, has to move instantaneously. It could be a very, very slow laser. It'd also be an opportunity for us to actually implement a particle. Because visually we have the general idea here. What I'm probably going to need to do with the particle is to make extensions to it that actually do the particle configuration here, the create particle. Because everything, as far as the variables of the particle, is stuff that would be altered by what we're doing. This is one that a lot of it is going to be hard-coded. This will end up with a lot of hard coding. We need that. Outline shader that we can choose to attach to things. If we do an outline shader, it means that we have more freedom with how we draw the sprites, because right now I have to commit, like for this, an entire pixel is always committed to that, even if like on the screen when you're seeing it, it is not one-to-one. This is 32 by 32, but what you're seeing on the screen, that sprite is actually 96 by 96. Each one of the pixels, each dimension is blown up by 3, so each pixel is a 3 by 3 block of pixels. What that would mean is that the corresponding outline pixels would still be a 1 by 1 pixel. It would be a nice fine outline. I would also let us do things like we could do a double outline, you know, the black to white, your Paper Mario and Luigi kind of thing. A dark outline into a light outline is a nice substantial emphasis. Oh, your brush, you know, that kind of logic. But yeah, again, coding that in as a shader instead of putting it as part of the sprite. That's another thing we want to do here. If I move the sprite down so that there isn't an offset, I think that's another useful aspect. So kind of delaying doing anything here. This is not an uncommon thing. This is a thing what we do. Like that. So now there is a absolute defined ground. The bottom of the panel is the ground. I can then also go into my player here. I think we might have to go into the visual. Yeah, it's in the visual. Data, player visuals. So the offset now is from the ground. I'm going to be going up. By default, the center would be here. Hey there, Henry. So let's see, how far down we have to go. So what we want to do is we want to move the sprite down so that it covers the entirety there. How do we measure that? There is something to be said for the sprite being centered, but I do want to have an absolute in the sprite logic. Is there a way for us to make the whole texture? Oh, okay. Yeah, if we do this, if there is an absolute ground to the texture, then we know that we need to kind of lift the texture up. But okay. We need to change how that logic would go. Let's clean up there. Okay. So when we're setting up visuals currently, we have the concept of like an offset X and Y. Right now, this is primarily offset Y is pretty much all that's used. So if we go into a visual, so we have an offset X and Y. What that lets us do is define what part of the sprite of the visual element sits at sits where it's supposed to be. A sprite, so all of them have an offset number. If it's a sprite, we can do having an offset X and Y is still viable because I can, as far as a universal visual goes, that gives us a way to say, move it in this fashion. Like, no matter what, make this adjustment to its position. That way, if, say, we have a particle and we want it to be a little higher up, that would be an option. So you could still have a particle thing with a drop shadow in that case. But the tricky element is the explosion. Like, the current one that we have that this applies to is the explosion. It wants to stay centered. Otherwise, with a sprite, you want it to be that it is standing on its 0 position. It is standing on the point in the world that it exists at. So it's centered on top of the center of its shadow. It's standing on the center of its shadow. So we could say that sprites have a property that would need to be set to make it ignore that logic. That the feet of the sprite are that they should or should not be centered, kind of thing. And that is specific to a sprite. All of the visuals should respect the offset. So in a visual, we have apply offset. All of them can do that. Good is it to have apply offset? Okay. That's because there's not really anything we can do with apply offset at the top layer as it currently stands. Or at least we don't invoke it here. As we update the position, the offset might need to be applied at different points in different places. This is a common thing that we end up with on the stream. It's not that it is fundamentally bad, but I do get distracted, and if I complete all of my goals as far as what I wanted to accomplish in the code for the day, it can take a bit. Oh man, just realized we're gonna hit that button. I thought I hit this button. Well, you know, the Twitch folks didn't get to see anything for a bit here. There's nothing happening on Twitch. Oops. Article already has the same thing here. Okay, So then in the sprite here, so we'll call apply offset after we move the overall node position. And we're already doing that same pattern here in update position. In the case of the sprite, this will technically do nothing, but that's okay. The offset is applied differently based on what it is, but we don't need to apply the offset here. We don't need to override update position as it stands. Similarly, with the particle, we don't need to update the position the way it operates. Call update position. And that'll do what it needs to do. This is right here. Apply offset does nothing by default, and we're updating where the node is. Now, the particle might be one that changes how this operates, because we have plenty of oddities with how this will go. So let's get this committed here. So with the sprite, hey Ackerman, welcome. Okay, this is let's get you're creating the sprite. This is when we're going to determine right here, texture wrapper frame height. So we have that value. Okay. There it is. Okay, so we're adjusting where the sprite is. this is... only want the vertical to be further adjusted. Now I don't even remember what I was doing with height. Oh, now I do. Height in the air. Height in the air. We want to move the sprite up. So this is minus texture wrapper dot height 5x2. This will totally work. It'll mess up the slimes because I haven't fixed the slimes yet. So it would have been... We want to move it up half of it because we're already... What? This guy is chirping at me. It should be 32, so that should be 16. We have no offset Y for the player. How you are managing to mat your fur like that, sir? This guy's not a big fan of being brushed. He has longer fur. He's not a super long hair cat, but he's not a, he's not a short hair. So there is an aspect of, his fur gets pulled a little bit as a result of that. These brushes set up to minimize it, but he has low tolerance. Okay, so for this texture wrapper, this should be 32. So we are pulling the sprite off the ground by that much. Let's just look at this and see where we fall with this at the moment. Create the sprite. What are we doing different here? Feeling when something is different in your code and you can't figure out what it is. Hello, buddy. Yes, hello. Animations. Oh. I already had an offset set. We say the offset is 0. Okay, okay. Okay, it's overlapping its shadow now. So now we put that back in. It's a little too far. Correct. First sprite to come into existence is the player, so this should be the first thing that triggers this. Yep, this is the player entity. Well, hello there. Why? We're raising it up. It is 0. Still largely similar. I'm distracted both by Spot. This is Godot engine. This is Godot 4.4, and I'm using C# and Visual Studio. Yep, Sherbet's having a little bath. Let's see, Ember's on the other side of the desk. Guy's on my lap. Molly's on my footrest. Sammy is on the table beside me. I had to guess Mason's on the bed. It's probably where he is. Why is this too far up? I do. Many cats. Oh, Mason is off camera. I wonder where he's hanging out. Hey, you can only see Sky and Ember at the moment. Sorry, Sherbet and Ember. Hey there, Lunar. Decoy spyware. Apparently a computer security firm that was hunting for a particular kind of hacker group, watching for their activity, found out that there was a kind of like nothingware kind of game on Steam, that its code repo had at least 2 different malware programs, kind of intrusion programs in it. Right now, we are making a Bullet Heaven kind of game spot. We're taking Noida weapon building and putting it in Vampire Survivors is the goal here. Sprites at 0, 0. And after this, it's at minus 48. There. I am trying to get the sprite adjustment just so. Minus equals wrapper dot frame height divided by 2. This should be the same operation. Kind of. Hey there, Bob. Welcome. Hi. It's modifying it. Here. Here, Bob, and let's see, who was the other that asked just a moment ago? Spot. Here. It's working with the blob because we already have an offset in place. So, enemies converge on player. Player takes damage if enemies touch him. The gimmick, the weaponry gimmick that we're working with, is that you have little modifiers that you can put on the weapons. So instead of the weapon just leveling up, instead, what we've got is you get new weapons, but their primary power will be adding these upgrades to them. So if you watch, yarn ball goes out, it arcs up, it hits the ground, and makes a little explosion. Not great by itself because it goes over top of a lot of the enemies. But if I increase the coverage of it, this will essentially slow it down by making it curve left and right. This will make it so for every one, it will shoot instead 3 over the course of a second. Each one of those is going to split into 3. And then each one of those splits into 3. So now we have a whole bunch of them coming out at once. This increases the coverage and the weapon becomes a lot more useful. Now, we're going to be tuning all of the variables associated with this stuff before the game would even hit, alpha testing, public alpha testing kind of thing. Like, the explosion that you're seeing wouldn't be the one that the yarn ball would make. That kind of thing. Part of the goal is to let the player get out of control if they get the right power-ups. And we've been doing a lot of performance tuning in order to make that possible. So right now, we've gotten to about, let's say 5 frames per second. It's more than that, but let's say 5. There are more than 850 things in existence in the game. Now, slightly obscured by the stream chrome and my right ear, is the number of things that are in existence at the time that a visual frame is rendered. There are 7 of those going on per second, but there are always I think there's 8 physics frames per second, so this isn't guaranteed to line up with how many there are. In fact, it's very likely not to. Yes, Bob, that is my cat Sherbet. He is one of 6. There's one on the other side of the desk he's sleeping on. There's one on the table to my right. There's one on my footrest, one on my lap, and another that I don't know where he is. So it's not infrequent that there's a delay by cat for a variety of reasons. Welcome back, Ackerman. What we are looking at right now is getting the player sprite in the right position. It should just be a matter of raising the sprite up by half of the okay, let's Let's do this here. By half of the height of the sprite frame. That should be all I have to do to make it work. But that didn't change anything there. Which makes sense because it's not affected by the scale. We put it into the offset logic. It's too high up. You can see the player is, and the slimes are well over top of. So this number isn't right. But why is it too much? Because we should be raising it up by this, by this much. Which should put, that's not, no, that should be right. Because by default, the center is like right here. It's the point at the very center. And then we are going to lift that point up by 16. Which should put the bottom of the sprite, this part right here, here instead. But that's not happening. Wait. This should be the same thing. Should be the same thing, but let's times that should be the same thing. This should not have changed the operation. Yeah, we've still got the same problem. Because the slime data folder, textures, enemies, blob. Oh, no, not that. There we go. No, yeah, I've already got it open. Because by default, the blob should be just about right. Let's do the same thing here. There. There's the ground. Oh. Womp womp. I know what I'm doing wrong. I know what I'm doing wrong. Alright. Alright. I shall explain momentarily. The parentheticals. Okay. Here's what I'm doing wrong. I did not export them. Export the sprite. Now, what I mean by that is this is the ASprite file. This is not the image that the game is using. Because I did not export it, I did not change the actual image. So what I was testing was not what I thought I was testing. Load the data file, start the game. Everything is nice and centered. The sprites are not. Or the blobs are not. Why are blobs not? Because the blobs have an offset. Blobs need to not have an offset. We're getting there. We're getting there. Enemy visuals. Now the explosions are going to be out of whack because of this. But we'll fix that in a moment too. Blob? Y is 0. And then we need our enemy visuals. Has no offset. Just in case, let's make that. See if we have to check the texture wrapper too, but we shouldn't. Let's run it in Godot and make sure we don't have some sort of error that we can't see. We do. Okay. Interesting. The slime doesn't have that. Why did that just now start happening? Huh. That's why. We lost a whole row. When did I do that? Okay. Let's see. This is the idle animation. Let's do a quick little bit of sorcery here. Well, thank you, Amethystra. I appreciate it. As is tradition, I don't get enough new folks through the stream to make this a burden, so let's show off. That's the whole model. Most enemies will not have more than one, but currently everything needs to have an idle and a moving. This time for real. For those not familiar, we're working on a game project. We've been doing this for a while. There we go. There they are, and it's working. The same way with the yarn balls, we need to set their offset. Excuse me, set their offset though. So we need our bullet visuals. All the data for the game, aside from images, you know, but the data that tells us which image to load and how to load it, all of them are in comma delimited data spreadsheets, essentially. We take those and we load them into we take those, we read the content of the file, we turn it into a JSON object, and then we parse that into the actual in-game objects. It's our yarn ball. So what we want is an extra little bit of logic here. Vector 2, new position, sprite position. To this, to sprite position. I'm going to add a Boolean to the sprite. Well, thank you, Spot. I mean, we've been making a lot of progress. We actually started this doing all of it in Godot, so fully GD script, and we've moved along to the point where pretty much all of the game runs in C#. And that's because we are doing a lot of optimization wherever we can. And for the most part, barring very particular scenarios, the C# stuff can run faster. Public bool center sprite center sprite property is false by default, and then We're going to take that and we're going to set that on our explosion. Center sprite. It's true, but first we need to it is a text cell, and this is true. That's exactly the case, Spot. We have tried everything from rendering all of the sprites as one object using a mesh layer. We have tried rendering them all as part of a shader. We've tried doing collision in a variety of ways, including doing it all as a shader. But we've looped back around. We're using Godot nodes. We are completely constructing them and caching them in the C code, though. Okay, and we go into our code down here. If not center sprite, then what we're going to do here is sprite position dot y minus equals times visual scale. Explain this in just a moment. Okay. So now we've got a property here that says whether we're going to center the sprite or not. We're only going to be set. This is the C# version of Godot. I tried Unity years ago, and I didn't really like the editor or how it interacted with C#. For two reasons. One, it was just clunky to get the libraries in there personally. And then subsequently, Unity got caught doing shady stuff, and so I don't trust them anymore. Yep, and I'd heard about Godot before, but it got a lot of press because, Unity shooting its own foot off. Unreal Engine has a place in the ecosystem, but you need to be careful choosing an engine, because I see a lot of people trying to use Unreal 5 for just about anything. And what was the somebody said a really good kind of metaphor for it in the last stream, but if you don't need the capabilities of a particular engine, then it's not really to your advantage to choose it unless that's just what you want to do. I mean, there's merit to that. I want to learn how to use Unreal, or I want to make a game in Unreal. So there you go. This should work. Okay, and to make sure it's working, we're going to run it over in Godot because that will give us the collision shapes. Okay, so are you drifting kind of urban fantasy, kind of a modern world, but with fantasy stuff? Closely, yeah. Okay. That looks right. Yeah, okay. That looks right. It's a little hard to spot. The collision zone for the explosions only exists for a single frame. I do intend to change how we're doing explosion collision. So I think there's going to be a cleaner way to do it. We might be able to do like a quick check and then have the collision thing go away. What are you looking at, huh? Let's see what the kitties are up to. I just heard one chirp. Sammy has climbed the bridge. Let's see. For those watching in a widescreen format, there is a cat tree in the upper left. Sammy has crossed onto the platforms to the right of that. She is drifting back towards the tree now. There she is. Let's see. So we've still got Sherbet across from the keyboard. Ember is watching Sammy. She is kind of top right there. Then Sky is over at the shelf. Hey, bud. Let's see. And then Mason's on the bed. The only one you can't see is Molly, and that's because she's on my footrest. Okay, so we have the sprite positioning now. Let's get that committed before I forget. Let's get closed my get updater dealy. Sprites. Yeah. Yes. All right, so we have sprites based on the ground now. Let's look at our colliders here. Garrett, that is Sherbet. He is one of the two siblings. Mason and Sherbet were adopted at the same time. They are. It's uncertain how the litters lined up, but they're given the visuals of them when they came in, along with the others. It seems like they may have had common father. It's unclear. But Sherbet is smaller, kind of fuzzier, and has real mottled fur. Like the tan and white are real blotchy. Switch over here. Should be able to see Mason. Mason is much more kind of symmetrical with his fur pattern. But his fur is also coarser. Then we have Sky over here. Sky, I still assume Sky is the largest. It's kind of close with Mason, but I think he's bigger. He's also way fluffier, so that makes it a little difficult to tell exactly how big he is. Then, what's the matter, Ember? Huh? Yeah, come over here. Ember is teeny tiny. She is not on camera at the moment. But she is a tiny little princess. But Ember is very vocal, is quite aware when you are calling to her, and especially if you have the audacity to call to another cat. She will come running over there and try to take attention if they aren't in the way. But she's very cuddly. She likes to get up on my shoulder. Then I think Sammy is still up in the tree. Let's check. Yes, Ember, like like cinders and whatnot, kind of thing, At the shelter, her name was Glowstone because all of the volunteer kiddos were on a Minecraft tear for a while. So there were a lot of Minecraft named cats, and I usually keep their shelter names, but that wasn't happening. Molly's name was also changed because her shelter name was Tammy, and it was hard enough. I wasn't going to have two with very similar names. Too easy to bumble the name. Oh no, it was Glowstone, like the glowing rocks in Minecraft. So instead she is Ember because she has gray fur with an orange ear. White socks too, but it's the gray fur with an orange ear that I felt made it appropriate. We use. Shape casting would be more expensive than ray casting, yes indeed. I like that. They explicitly call out it's for wide laser beams. Raycast, I think, only collides with one thing. It finds the closest one in its path. Hey there, Xerox. Welcome. Okay, so Shapecast will actually be useful. We could just put it at a point in space, and have this be essentially a transient one. Hey, no problem, Xerox. People should feel comfortable watching when they want to watch. Whether that is because they, ability to watch or just interest in watching. Sometimes you got something you want or need to do more than watch a stream. Sherbet. It's like the it's Sherbet. It's sometimes how the fruit-based dessert is spelled. Crazy Monk. That does sound familiar there, Xerox. That does sound familiar. Not fantastic with names, but I try to remember. Okay. We can have two different types. Because a shapecast doesn't really help for an explosion. Because if the explosion entity... Let me see if I can... Explosion is a particle. Okay. The play once means it goes through and it happens, period. Not sure what the other thing was, Gary. Okay, how do we do? How do we do? Look at a visual particle. On remove entity. Okay. Play once with a particle says, if you would remove the entity, it doesn't matter. We are going to play exactly once. As opposed to otherwise, where it'll keep emitting the particles until it's gone. With a ton of rectangles. Oh, okay. Should have been Entity Collider Circle. Would have been this area, but... Oh! You gotta start somewhere, Xerox. Progress is progress, you know? Well, thanks for swinging through, Garrett. Xerox, so what we've got is a Bullet Heaven Survivors style game, whichever thing tells you what that is. So Vampire Survivors would be one that people are often familiar with. And we're using a composite, like, build a weapon system akin to games like Noita. Noita being the core inspiration, at least for me. So if we watch, yarn ball goes out, up, down, bounces, causes an explosion. Not a lot of coverage with that. Blobs converge, do damage to the player. Player will eventually run out of health. They can lose 1 HP a second right now. You die, we go to an end state. A lot of this is kind of the basic loop shell, not exactly how it will look. But if we take that same projectile and we say burst of 3, move in a snake pattern, and then split into 9. This is the first game I'm setting out to make. I made a Noita mod previously that shows up in a lot of my old, much older videos. But otherwise, first game. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time, and now I have the chance to do it, so we doing it. But this is the same projectile, and the order of the things that I socket in, as well as what they are, will fundamentally change the behavior. The first place that I would like to distribute it from is Steam. It is the most straightforward one, and as far as, and I think it'll be the most viable. It's a ways out from there yet. I think we've still got a bit to go before we'll even hit like early access. But yeah, we want it to be fun. We want it to have a lot of replay. That's what we're going for. Okay. I don't really have a weapon that needs a shape cast. Right now, the explosions are doing fine for this because the Yep, Steam is very willing to surface small games. They're very willing to surface a small game to see if somebody will bite. The game that really, I think, sent this genre into the stratosphere, both of them that are kind of the basis for this game, both Vampire Survivors and Noita, were both relatively obscure games at the time, and they blew up on Steam. I was wondering what happened with that, because there were a lot of other games that showed up under Bioprototype that felt like the same game over again kind of thing. So that would explain some of the oddity as far as those showing up. was a fun concept. The kind of the ability trees were interesting. Ember is playing. Yeah, I made eye contact. When Ember plays, she cries like she's being beat up. Like a small yowl as she, like, scrambles around wailing on a toy. I'm using Visual Studio, Xerox. The vast majority of what I'm doing is in the C# code. The bare minimum is in the Godot side. So the only stuff that I try to do here is setting up scenes. So, for example, let me show you the core scene of the game. Right here. Hey there, Delusionaire, welcome. So this right here is the game. It has one node 2D, the camera, and then I've got this debug stuff here. Or at least this is the play area. Let me find core. This is actually the root scene of the game. This is what's loaded in when the game starts. It is a generic Godot node. It has this rectangle just so I can see. I can actually replace this. Well, no. Yep, the entirety of the physics system, the graphics, all of that is set up in C#. So, like I said, this one node and this rectangle here, where the purpose of the rectangle is to show where the center of the world is. It lives at 0, 0. It's not a permanent thing, it's a debugging thing. So this is what it looks like when we start. So I'm gonna run the game, and then we're gonna look at the tree once it's started. Okay, so I'm at the what is the main menu at the moment. So we're looking at remote. This is the code as it's running. So now under the tree we have the main menu screen, which is just a pair of buttons, our start and end button. So now we're going to start the game. So we've got all this UI, got some enemies on the screen. So now we switch over. Oh, okay. So Godot engine, let's assume that you get, you can just go to Godot's website and download the editor. It's a non-purchase thing. And then you can connect it to a C# project. All that C# needs is a package for the Godot interaction. There's some song and dance you can do to make it so that you can run Godot. You can essentially debug in here while running Godot from this side, but we go over here, we look at the core now. So I've got the game scene open, so there's that camera and the debugging stuff. Oh, well, thanks for the prime there, Delusionaire. Thank you. So, whenever there's an alert like a in addition to the on-screen thing that just happened. Because it's really easy for me to miss when I'm like locked in on a game or coding or something like that. I have recorded myself saying there's an alert, and it plays into my headphones when that happens. Hello, Ember. You're gonna sit with me. Sit with me. Make up your mind, ma'am. So we have the entity manager, but the entity manager is responsible for, is effectively creating the objects that represent the player, the enemies, and the bullets. Bullets are everything from explosions to those little yarn balls that are appearing. The enemies are currently the little blobs, and the player's a little robot in the center of the screen. It handles that. It also handles the physics update of those objects. So right now, that includes the player walking in response to me pressing buttons, the blobs converging on the player, the way the yarn balls are bouncing. All of that is handled in the entity manager. Then we also have Ember's being very squirmy, so delay by cat. We have the map shader renderer. This is going to change soon. But what the map shader renderer is, it is a map renderer. Its purpose, as far as the code structure that I have, is to display what the player is walking on. That's going to get changed into a tile map, and I'll need to build a map editing thing to make it viable. But this thing draws the map. I have the entities. So in combination, some of these are caching things, but this gigantic blob of nodes is the visual content for all of the things that are on the screen. Let's see if we can find one that exists. Here we go. Here's one that exists. So it has an animated sprite. We are using what now? Well, we can't see which one it is. But actually there should be... Godot's not the best place to see this. But there are a couple of entities being rendered. So they have... actually, it's pretty certain, yes. This is the player. Player is the first thing that gets loaded into gameplay. This is the sprite for the player. This is the node for the player's shadow. So that's the visuals. Godot debugging remote debug screen is strained by that many objects. We have the collision manager. That is the what runs into what. So whenever an entity comes into existence, the entity visuals, in this case the node renderer, gets notified, and it will create the corresponding visuals in the same way the collision space manager gets notified, and it creates kind of the hitbox for them and tracks that. This is the visual inventory. So the this. So it's the HUD for that. We have player state, which is the player is a special kind of entity. It has a lot more going on, and the player state is that. And then world state, which is like how we're spawning enemies, that kind of thing. The health bar, which is tied to player state. Point tracker is something that will be relevant once we get into more gameplay. There's a lot going on in here. All of the content in the game is just found in these CSVs. The thing you can see flashing in the background is my desktop. I love this image. I found it on, I think, Twitter earlier. I can't remember if it was Twitter or Blue Sky where I found this. Close all of the files. We don't need Paint open right now. You're used to programming, this is close to your heart. It's also a reference to Clippy, which, given how it's presented, is still accurate. It looks like you're trying to maintain your sanity. Would you like help descending into madness? I love that. That is excellent. If you do a lot of programming, it hits close to home. So I do want to get a laser beam style weapon. And how that would likely be handled is that we would have we would still have a projectile. It would probably be a particle so that I could get a bit of a trail behind it. And then as it moved, what you would have is during the, instead of creating an area might still be useful for it, but saying that aside, instead of having an area with a collision shape on it, so like it's a circle, it would be probably a circle or a square or similar that we would then take and every time the position was updated, circle, where is it? It'd be an area that we would see the base of that. Exactly, Lunar. It's the difference between it just being a circle and what I'm proposing is that with the circle, it collides where it lands. In theory, it's actually a better idea for me to use what I'm considering here. It's right now how collision is working is that what we're relying on is that the entity will be in position to collide because the updates are happening frequently enough. That is, as long as the entity isn't moving so fast that it skips over a target. Now, Godot has some default logic to handle that, but it's not for moving through things. We may still look at that. We could look at physics bodies instead of areas. But we need to make sure that that doesn't mess with any of the other physics. We don't want the friction, we don't want the gravity, and we don't want them to stop when they collide with things. We want all of the things to get hit when we move like that. Is that possible? Yes, I'm certain that it is, but it is fundamentally different. In order to facilitate that, on position update, what would have to happen is that we would have to call out all of the collisions that occurred as a result of that movement. The current pattern is reliant on Infinite Pierce is definitely a way that we could do that. Most likely that would be the case if we do the shape. So the thought would be to use Shapecast. What that is you have a starting point, a shape, and an end point. And it essentially slides that shape along that line and tallies up all of the collisions that happened. If the list of collisions that happened are in sequence, that could help with the way that it is handled. Because right now, we don't actually have a way to account for that. Is it possible? Yes. And I think one of the reasons that would be a burden is because I'm trying to mitigate something that I think I don't need to mitigate. For those wondering, we have reached a point where what is happening is twofold. I am procrastinating, I think, because I'm not certain what I want to do next. And that makes it difficult for me to start to do something. I have like a project board for this, where I will pick something and then we can like laser in on it. There will always be other things adjacent to it that I work on, but that central goal gives me a direction that I'm moving in. So even if we take side roads, I'm still trying to move towards that. Lunar did mention an interesting thing. Here's another derail. Hooray. The idea of a heart. We see that in the game. Okay, so the obvious heart, these little blue jars up at the top, are the player's health, the classic like Zelda heart. Technically, these currently like it's possible for these to lose half, kind of thing. Our goal is to make keep damage numbers small, wherever possible, to make player hearts valuable, and to make it so that damage is very easy to understand. You know, it does 50 damage when it's unclear like how many hearts a creature has, how many hearts the player has, that kind of thing. It does 100 damage to the player is wonky. But if it does 1.5 damage to the player, and you can have half a heart, then you can very clearly tell I took a small hit, a big hit, that kind of thing. And I know that like 1 is a small hit, 5 is a big hit. It's easy to grasp, you know. But there are some interesting elements, and that includes this. So this is, it will bounce when it collides. The way it bounces is currently broken, and you're not going to really be able to see it. This is not bouncing as in the yarn ball is moving up and down into the air. If we see it happen... Oh, probably won't see it happen. But the yarn ball can actually hit something. And if it does, it will reflect its movement back. that is accomplished by means of a heart. The yarn ball actually has 1 hit point, and if it it has 2, but it has 1 regular hit point. It has 1 regular heart. It is a type of heart that, if under normal circumstances, if you run out of hearts, you go away. The yarn ball has 1 regular one. Most bullets will have 1. If it hits a target, it hits itself for 1 if it damages that target. If it strikes the target and the target reacted to that, then the yarn ball goes away. Reacted to does not mean hurt. It just has to have said, yes, you did in fact collide with me. Something happened. But the yarn ball has 1 heart that happens before that, and that's the bounce heart. When the yarn ball strikes itself, it will trigger the bounce. Similarly, there's a piercing heart. What a piercing heart says is, it doesn't matter how much damage is going to strike me, consume all of that damage and pop this heart. Yep, things like hearts can be things that you could attach to an enemy. So I might hit an enemy and I stick a heart to them. That heart does not consume any damage, but it will pop on impact. And what that pop will do is maybe cause an explosion that causes extra damage, or only hurts things around it. Doesn't really matter what that situation is, but that heart is a heart in order to react to an impact. Oh, I'm sorry, to react to damage. Oh, that to some extent, Laura, I know it'll probably date the game, but the idea of a weapon that lists that it does emotional damage fills me with joy. I I kind of would like that. I do plan on having 3 different types, a minimum of 3 different types of, like 3 levels of rarity would be a way to put it, but like 3 classifications minimum. The default classification it's the default, it's normal. One of them is going to be effectively shoddy, or in some way subpar. So you could have something that it no longer causes regular damage. It just says that it's emotionally damaging, kind of thing. The way that you could actually use that would be to combine it with other weapons. The other category is unsafe, and I will leave the implications of that to be discovered later. But yeah. Like, the idea of essentially something that you could choose to make useless, like by itself useless. Okay. I kind of want to do a beam weapon. So there's 2 types. So all of the basic weapons that we're dealing with to begin with are meant to be like cat toys. Um, and so the first one we've got is the yarn ball. The next one, the explosion doesn't count. The next one, and maybe we can get that in there before we close out for the night, is the wind-up mouse. The yarn ball is kind of an oddity. It is an arcing weapon. So that one's going to need a lot of tuning to make it useful. If it arcs too high or too far, then it's going to miss a majority of the enemies. So right now it has a fire the next weapon impact with the ground. But I think it's going to need a default one. A trigger this specific weapon, which is not an effect I currently have coded up, but that's not a small undertaking either. It's not a huge undertaking, but that is a possibility, Lunar. For now, we're avoiding that just because we want to be careful of making it too complicated to use a weapon. That is, if there are enemies that are a hassle to deal with, if you haven't taken effectively an AA weapon, then that means that we have to be really, really cognizant of the prevalence of those type of weapons and their utility otherwise. For the time being, a weapon that is in the air doesn't strike anything else. I mean, really, entities that are in the air don't interact with things that aren't. Could they? Yes. There's nothing stopping that. I would just need extra collision logic to make it rational. So we could have a multiplier that fires a the multiplier could accept a fixed entity. But we run into the problem of some let's node-based collision, open entity. We have behaviors, we have multipliers. So we created multiplier hit ground here. Which I don't really want it to operate this way. What we want is to have... What I want to do is convert this to a gate. Those not familiar, a multiplier is... Well, behaviors are things that entities do. The most basic form, the most understandable form, is to move. So the arcing through the air, all of that stuff, that's a movement behavior. And behaviors are parsed from what amounts to left to right. And they do various things. Many of them are going to react to, is time passing? If time's passing, then do something based, essentially, the physics simulation part. There are other types of message, different things will react accordingly. A multiplier is a type of behavior it's not really a special behavior. They're all really still just behaviors. But multipliers... where is that hiding? So a weapon entity multiplier has a entity that is what it will create. Now, most of them, when they are created, get this from outside. And they get that by using a weapon initialization message. So handling this is going to make things a little tricky, because by default, this is what occurs. So what we're going to need to do is override the set entity portion. Right now, this one only sets the entity during a weapon initialize message. And that's still an option. That is still an option for when we trigger this, is during weapon initialize. That's when we're going to set it up. Just for consistency. I don't want to do it multiple times. And I also wouldn't mind the ability to attach this to other things that don't get weapon initialize. So, like, behaviors that trigger the next weapon don't do anything for this. So, weapon entity specifically is looking for an outside one. I want to be able to use this for all of the others. So, what we need is a way to change this. And what we can do is, if this isn't set, then react to this message. Okay. Right now, we're doing JSON ignore on entity. But we can change this to be a property that looks for an entity key. So spawner is going to be a way to do that. Let's... Okay. I don't know how far we'll get on this. But I'm going to we're gonna chase this down. So we're gonna try to create a yarn ball impact effect. I kind of want it to be a particle just so we can make a particle for it. For the time being, it will not have a visual. It will have neither a shadow nor a visual. It'll give me an opportunity to get it wired in that visuals don't need to exist for an entity. They can be fully invisible. Ideally not. That's bad user feedback, but For the purposes of the code, if you don't set one, there isn't one. But spawners... should have an entity. Okay, we need this. This is a... I can't remember what this is, what you call this kind of thing in C#. But this is essentially telling the JSON serialization system that when you encounter the entity property, what it's going to do is it's going to take a string. It's going to send that string to the existing item catalog, or the thing catalog, and it's going to look for an entity with that string as an identifier. It will take that thing and it will put it in the entity property. So in the JSON, it's a string that is the identifier for an entity. In the actual objects in the engine, it is an entity object. So by taking this and moving over to our multiplier here, it is no longer JSON ignore, it is a type converter there. So now we can specify it. We can say if entity is null, if the entity is null, we are going to do something with oh, no, not here, not here. Could have copied some of that, but here this is if let's put it in here. We should only ever get one of these. Okay. If we have not already set the entity to something and we get a weapon initialize, we will grab the next entity, essentially, or the next weapon. But in the case of some of these abilities, entity will be set. So, oh man, that'd be gross. Let's do it for a moment. We are going to go into our exist. Man, I like how that happens. Bloop. Okay. Multipliers. Okay, currently, hit ground weapon entity. Now, what this says is that the original entity survives. This is terrible, and we shouldn't do this. Or this will not make it into the game, let's say. It's a bullet. Bullet yarn ball. The question will ultimately be is, does it crash, though? Okay. What this should do is whenever the yarn ball hits the ground, it spawns a yarn ball. Is this going to be a problem? You betcha. Part of the reason that I wanted to change that is I do want to open that behavior type up to enemies. Not the hit the ground one, but... Oh, this can't work. It's self-referential. Let's give it a little bit longer, but... Ran, okay. Okay, there we go. Oh, okay, yeah, it had a fail out. That's why. I wondered why that would happen. Okay, the reason that this doesn't work is that Bullet Yarn Ball is, like, uses this. So Bullet Yarn Ball can't finish its definition until Bullet Yarn Ball exists. So let's do a different one. Is Wind Up Mouse ready? The mouse is one that, like the yarn ball, I feel like some of the projectiles need to be considered where they are on the screen. So, you know, treat the yarn ball as a circle that exists right where it is, not as if it is a thing sitting on the ground in the form that it's at. This will be apparent with the mouse for sure. Lifespan, collision 1. Doesn't have this anymore because it has one heart. That. Curious what's going on here. The bullet will eventually time out. The bullet inflicts 1 damage. When the bullet strikes something, assuming the message is still there. Actually, we should have a better one for that. Collision bullet harm 2. Okay. So, again, The mouse has one heart, one basic heart. For reference, a basic heart can take 2 damage. As in, it is a heart and half. It has 2 halves. Bullets time out. Eventually, they just go away. When a bullet strikes something, it does. In this case, it's doing 2 damage to the target and to itself. It does the damage to itself only if the target accepted the hit. Doesn't mean the target took damage at all. It means the target accepted the hit. And what the mouse does is it homes into a random enemy. So we're going to swap that for bullet wind-up mouse. This is demonstrating something that we've got to be really careful about. I may change this to be an entity key that we will load once the weapon exists. That way we avoid a recursive loop. To some extent, though, having it spin and say, I couldn't load this, is potentially good. Okay, yarn ball goes out, spawns a mouse, spawns a mouse, spawns a mouse. The mouse isn't moving at all. So we do want to check this and see. It's because the weapon isn't built. It's because the weapon isn't built. Okay. How can we do that? We could do it in the copy. If there's already an entity. Yeah. Not the best way to do this. Okay. But for the time being, what we're saying is this entity that you have a copy of from loading it, we're going to call build on it. And what that's going to do is essentially actually create the list of actions that the entity should take. I think that was the problem with the homing mouse. There they go. So now every time they bounce, they are emitting the homing mouse. Didn't think the mouse had any sort of piercing, but I guess it do. I'll have to check and see. Welcome back, Garrett. Yarn ball is also off center. It's a bit bonkers, but this is also, despite the fact that it floods the screen and is destroying everything, well within our performance limitations. We've got 470 things active at once, and we're at like 400 frames per second, so we're in good shape. That is Sky. That is Sky, Garrett. Most of his body. Most of his body. Okay, so this is... The yarn ball needs a shadow in case it leaves the ground. But I think everything should have a shadow. With some things, it's going to be concealed. Okay. Let's twofold here. All right. Okay, got that. So we can specify the weapon now. Let's get those sprites fixed so I don't forget. I don't think we should actually... So the problem is, if it is a rotate to face, like most projectiles like this are going to be rotate to face. That is, the alignment of this will change to match the direction that the ball is moving in. So it's the direction of movement. By default, this is facing right. If it's moving up, it's rotated. I think it's like it's negative 45 degrees or something like that, 90 degrees, as opposed to positive. I think it's clockwise is how you get them. But anyway, but if it's on the ground when that happens, then the rotation includes a little extra motion. If it's centered, then the rotation just pivots there. But if the anchor is down here, even if the yarn ball is positioned right on the bottom line, when the rotation happens, there is a bit of kind of circular motion that would go with it. So the yarn ball still needs to be centered, which means it needs to stay like this. Same with the mouse. So we need to go into our visuals for the yarn ball in the mouse and update that. I don't think we use immobile test anywhere, but just to be sure. Okay, so those are aligned center. Okay, let's run it and make sure that that's functional. It looks like the yarn ball is above where it should be. Which makes me concerned that the explosion isn't being specified right. It's the actual bullet. I don't want the bullet. I want the visual for the bullet. It could be offset specified. Let's open up the bullet for the other one just in case here. Bullet. Wind up mouse is a little bit different because it is wider in the sprite. It's not symmetrical in that regard. So I think the shadow width should be 10 instead. It's the length from ear to ear here. So we don't want it to be all of this because when it's facing up, that would be too large. The tail isn't really what we're accounting for. Yeah, and 10 works. 10 works horizontally for the main body. It's not quite that, but we'll go with 10. Wind up mouse should actually give us an idea if this is working. collision box on that is going to be off, but collision is another one that yarn ball should kind of be a circle. You know, wherever it looks like it is where it strikes, as opposed to, again, the okay, the mouse and the yarn ball are hovering a bit. Okay. Why is Visual Sprite because when we copy the visual, we are not copying center sprite. Womp womp. That's why it's not working. Variable, I did not persist that variable during the copy process. It's not perfect. The yarn ball does look like it strikes over its shadow, but I'm okay with that. Let's do this again. Once more into gratuitousness. Behold the swarm. Good times. So many mice. So as we're breaching into over 1250, we're really starting to plummet into what I'm going to call like a frame rate that we don't want to sit at for a long time. But interestingly, there's not a lot going on here. As in, we've still got 20 frames a second, and there's like 1,300 things. Feeling pretty good about that. Another thing we could do is with things like the yarn ball, we can make their projectiles shadows smaller. But again, I think we're in pretty good shape in that regard. And with the collisions, we could pin them right to the entity. That one is Ember, Garrett. That one is Ember. You can only just barely see her... one of her ears. It's the other side is where her orange ear is. No, she's a diluted calico, so light gray with darker gray stripes, white underbelly with some like tan orange on the edge of the underbelly, white socks, and a pale orange ear. That would be an option, Tass. I could just have it as a factor of height. Go to Entity Shadow. So we would still keep the scale. What we want to do is if we shrink this based on how high we get. We have an entity that we can deal with here. So we would be doing something with update position then. Actually, no, we can just do it when we draw. We're moving the node around when we update position, but it just needs to be when we draw. So first we're going to do this. And we'll use radius here. So the further up we go, the smaller we want it to get. Radius is equal to take this out here. We're going to say 10 as max height for now. You are in tall format, chat, Garrett. There's some chat happening in wide format and in Twitch now and again. Not all the time, but people be where people are, you know? For those wondering, if it's not apparent, if it seems like I'm talking to somebody you can't see or reacting to something that you're not seeing in chat, it might be in one of the other two streams. There's tall and wide on YouTube, and there's wide on Twitch. It's not quite right. If the height is 0, then this nixes the radius. Hey there, is it Minos or Minos? Either way, hey there. Hello, welcome. Ah, okay. Here we go. So I don't want the height. I want 10 minus the height. What is the game? Just a moment. I will show you. If entity null, it's technically possible for us to have no entity in a visual. Shadow won't do anything, but it's possible. It is not spoopy. Eventually, it might get a little spoopy. Let's emphasize that a little bit more. We're making a Vampire Survivor style game with a bit of Noida mixed in. Okay, we're dealing with the entity height in, let's say, sprite. We are accounting for visual scale in that. Okay. Do 5. Let's see if we can see this happen. And just making sure that we don't try to draw with a negative radius. This should not be possible. Well, it's technically possible. I'm trying to make the shadow of the ball shrink or grow based on how high it is bouncing, compared to a arbitrary maximum here. So if the entity height is on the ground, it will be 0. if the height is approaching 3, okay, so this needs to be, and have to have a radius for us to care at all here. So let's actually do that check. If so we have to be starting with a radius greater than 0. And then if after this, the radius is still greater than 0, then we'll draw the circle. What's that? Put it back at 5 and see if we can. We're not redrawing it. Okay. Override. Take position. Call the base one to move it around. Have a is equal to 0. So whenever we update position, if entity is not equal null and its height is not equal entity.height, its height is equal to entity height and node.q redraw. If the height changes, we have to update this. See if it's ever visible here. Okay, if we get to here, that means we should always have a minimum radius. Which should always be at least 2. Because if there's no shadow width, then there's no radius. If there is a shadow width, but we've shrunk it past 2, then minimize that. That's as far as it'll go. There we go. So then we can have grid. Height is sure we're getting the same thing. Okay, let's make it much more interesting to see it. That little flow of shadow there. Then do that. Let's make sure we get that committed. Enter them. We are Make the mouse bullet work. This is... Make sure that center sprite actually works properly. Okay. Further up you go, the smaller the shadow gets. Let's push those. Nice. Okay, now we're able to define Schmuggums. Welcome. Schmuggums reminds me of the kind of naming that Jonan Vasquez uses in shows like Invader Zim, in media like Invader Zim. Let's see. There is a TV show where one of the characters is Schmoopty. And I feel like Schmuggums. I think there's a name that's like that. I like the show so much. Invader Zim is good times. Okay, so we have the shadows shrinking. We can create weapon entities. I'm sorry, we can create behaviors that cause a particular entity to be emitted. I do want to get a gate that will do the same thing that we're currently doing with a fixed multiplier. So right now we've got a multiplier on hit ground, but I kind of want a gate for that. That way there's more things that we could do on hit ground, that kind of stuff. I mean, we even have to make this work. So in this case, a collision gate opens a collision gate lets a message through when it is a collision message. So this one says to process the message. Yes. Okay. Gate result.process message. This can consume the message. Thought I had written one that would let it skip. And let it continue in. But maybe I haven't done that yet. Gates always process the message for a weapon initialize. Sorry, they skip weapon initialize and just say process it. We look in entity and we are handling the messages. So we are merging in results from the message as we pass it along through the behaviors. Entity is always considered to have acted on a time past. As well as an end step. And we pass. So each behavior will handle a message. So then we look at behavior. We are tracing out what's going on here. Load our gate. Okay. We are copying the gate. That's fine. Okay, so we have a gate result. If we have a gate, okay, we can do that. So the gate can process the message, it can consume the message, it can do any combination of those or neither kind of stuff. So if we consumed the message stops there. If we process the message, it can go into the group, well, the behavior that it is gating. Okay. And collision accounts for I hit something. I do need to add a property to indicate whether it's any gate is that it resets or if it stays open. Some gates would always stay open regardless, but we need that in there. But for now, we won't. So we can add a gate here. For example, timer gates don't reset right now. As in, once the time threshold has passed, the gate is open. Time messages also are currently completely consuming any message that gets to them, or timer gates. As in, the timer gate blocks everything from getting by it. That is another one. That's another reason to have a further distinction is, should the gate stay open or should it reset? As well as, should the gate allow messages past it? That is, if the message is not processed, should it be consumed? Because for the most part, that's kind of the scenario. Is if the gate says, if the gate is set up to say you can't go past this at all, then it would consume the message. But by making it configurable, I wouldn't have to have two different timer gates. That being said, for now, let's add a this is a hit ground gate. And we have a public partial class. Extends gate. Let's grab all of this, and we're going to move this into the ground gate, which is here. It's going to pitch a fit because all of this stuff is named wrong. Those are other ones. Open our multiplier for hit ground. Armed needs to be copied. Do that. Ground gate. So we cast it into that, and we say that armed is equal to hit ground armed. It's a time passed message. First, we are going to say if we're armed, else we know we're not armed. This is if is the entity that is being processed. If the entity's height is greater than 0, armed is equal to true. True L. Equal to 0. Equals false. If we get to here, then we will process the message. Okay, then we're going to go and we're going to make one of those gates in our files here. Say ground mute. And just do what it do. All of the weapon entities. Okay, so multiplier spread, I think, is a good one to base this on here. For the time being, we can use a spread with no parameters set. Okay, so we're going to go into a multiplier. So we have multiplier, hit, ground, weapon, entity. We are just going to do, instead of hit ground, we're going to do a multiplier. I think it's just multiplier spread, right? Spread. Spread doesn't have persist, does it? Yeah, spread doesn't have a persist, so we don't need a persist. Eight is going to be whatever we set that other one to. Hit ground. Okay, this should have the same result. Whenever the yarn ball hits the ground, it spits out a mouse. It does not. Okay. Oh, yeah, spread's not going to work. It needs to be able to spawn something. It would be nice if I could set it up so that there is a further process message and that we aren't calling base process message. It's that we are merging in from a call here. Spread isn't even calling the base here because it assumes that the entity is whatever the entity was. Oh no. Okay, no, spread just isn't what we want to be using here. Yeah. Okay, to continue down this road, what we need is that multiplier entity should be a thing, where it just creates an entity. Weapon entity is different. Weapon entity looks for a weapon initialize message, and it will set the entity accordingly. As in, it expects there to be no entity. With the only thing that makes a multiplier weapon entity is that it has an entity and it just immediately on time passed, it spits out a it spits out the entity. So its process message is the thing that would be overridden. So this is going to be a multiplier entity, super vague actually, but we're getting there. Because, I mean, you could say spread is a multiplier entity. Yeah, okay. Stats behavior. And we're really just going to take much of what's in the guts of weapon entity here. Let's take all of that. Get the entity and we build it. Processing the message, in this case, it is a time passed message. If there's an entity, don't even care about any of the messages unless there's an entity. So that. Okay, so this is where we are going to spawn the entity. Entity. That, and we're going to do dot entity manager dot add entity. Okay. As soon as time passes for a multiplier entity, it adds the specified entity. So in the case of a multiplier weapon entity, it extends multiplier entity, which means we have entity as part of it. So it's got the base. So all of this will have happened. So we are overriding the process message of a multiplier entity. And instead, what we're doing is we're saying, hey, on weapon initialize, we're going to do a thing and act on it accordingly. We will fetch that, and then we will use it based on extensions of that class. But this one does nothing by itself. The other ones will be triggers on it. So now, in theory, this is not going to be a multiplier spread. This is a multiplier entity with a gate and an entity. And we're going to run this, and it's going to be fine. Okay, we need to position this entity. Yeah, this is copying the current entity, which will copy its position. But with entity here, we have to set that. So equal to this. This is the thing that would copy it. And there we go. Spawn more of them. Nice. Because hit ground weapon entity is over specific, is my problem with it. This is a particular one that says, hey, when I strike the ground, do this. The idea of it persisting, I think, is still valuable. We could bubble that all the way up and have a known pattern to it. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. But for now, I think we're going to wrap up there. Are going to take a look at a couple of things while I do that, but I hope everybody had some good time watching with us today. We did make a lot of progress, and we ran long doing it. We ran pretty long doing it. I'm not displeased with this. We had some extra run before and a little bit after. Let's see who's doing what. Let's see if I can set up some sort of raid here. Okay. I can totally figure out how to make this work. The raid system in YouTube can be a bit flaky. Let's get a raid set up. We'll go over and bother Flexi, shall we? Flexi's been a relatively long-term acquaintance. Go. And then I would like to be able to set this kind of thing up in advance, but, you know, it is what it is. Go. All right, folks, again, I hope you enjoyed yourself watching today. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, all that good stuff. It helps the channel grow. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means, Patreon, Ko-fi. Links to all my channels and such things are to be found in the link tree, in my bio, and in the video descriptions. I do want to thank... we did have somebody use a Prime subscription earlier. It was Delusionaire. Thank you again, Delusionaire. But with all that said, we are going to wrap up for the day. So, again, thanks everybody for watching, and I hope the rest of your day is good.